Every fucking goddamn time, dude. God, it's so annoying. Yeah, the webcam broke because fucking stupid bullshit. Every fucking time, dumbass shit. This stupid ass bitch. Fucking dumb, stupid bullshit. I hate it. It makes me angry. I'm angry. Grrr. That's all. Finish up with Aquilo, and then we're gonna have access to a bunch of different stuff thanks to being done with Aquilo. Alright, let's finish up Aquilo. Or at least be more or less done with it. Superconductors, lithium batteries, all of the other stuff, which means we also need to send a ship to pick up lithium, or nickel plate. We make facilities to make everything, blah 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 blah, with the quantum processors and everything. Hooray for me. We have the radiative towers as well, so we will be using those in order to heat up our base instead of the heating towers, so then we don't need heat pipe anymore. Heat pipe is now useless. Am I going to make the changes in all the other places? Probably not, I'm too lazy. Subs, eh? Wicked. We keep moving. The content ID strike's also about to expire as well, so that's good. It's expiring in about 5 days. Strange. Man, they are really trying to do everything possible to deny the fact that the guy who went to Mar-A-Lago was a Trump supporter. The dude was a Republican. That's just a fact. But whatever. They will always deny that because, again, violence is the prerogative of the right wing. Amber Glenn opening Magic the Gathering booster packs at the closing ceremony. That's funny. Quirked up white girls. That's crazy. Alright. Let's get to work. First, we are going to start by continuing to lay concrete, and while waiting for more concrete to ship in, I don't have ice platforms. Fuck my life. I might also put radiative towers all over in Paracelsus. In fact, I think I'm definitely going to do that. Oh, looks like we have enough. Enough concrete. Lovely. almost enough concrete? Maybe not quite enough concrete. Seems like we have almost enough concrete. Yeah, almost enough. Also, I did spend a bunch of time getting the rest of the upgrades from Rubia. I can now zoom this out a little bit further, and I move even faster. Thank you, Gamer Girl Bathwater, I guess, for giving me such a powerful ability. Oh boy. Oh, that's that done. Alright, outpost time. Fluorine will come this way, I think. These might be too far, I think. Yeah, they are. Didn't even place those correctly. It's fine. Pipes. Need more pipe. Need to try to get myself a goddamn shiny skater bug. Because of the bonuses that you get from the pass. Porcalo's go tour. Also, my fucking goddamn alt account ended up getting a ban. Well, a strike, not a ban. It's kind of annoying. So my clef key I suppose stratagem. I'll just have to use a different alt account for that. It's no biggie, it's just annoying. Not placed well at all. Lovely. Um... Alright, that's that done. Alright, final layer. Okay, that should be everything. Just gotta connect it all together. Then get the water. Okay, I need more radiative towers, and then we want to head to Paracelsus to get more pipes. Zinc pipe. And make all these other dumbass products, and then we leave Aquilo. That is the plan. We're gonna have to bring lithium batteries and quantum processors to Castro for that. That's simple enough. Simple enough. Simple enough. We need these. We need these. Well, well, well. If it isn't an Esper that needs to be kicked. Alex Roivas. Yeah, we're kicking the Esper. Well, well, well. If it isn't Alex Roivas. That cringe lord. Who's cringe? Man, look at all this stuff we gotta research. I'm gonna research honestly any of that quite yet. Get a lot more of the incidental stuff out of the way. I don't know, because, libtard or something. Because you're a libtard, obviously. Also, just lost more health. Let's just get these, a couple more of these out of the way. The funniest thing about the Americans who were like soying out in celebration of the win by the American hockey team, it's like you are aware that you guys are giving Canadians constant fucking reminders about why we fucking hate you, right? Like, you guys are only making yourselves look significantly worse and are giving us really good reminders for why Canada fucking doesn't like you guys, right? Oh, yeah, listen, that shit's not getting better for you idiots, okay? Our produce fucking, prices are terrible, but, we still all hate you. So, as far as we're concerned, suck our balls. Every fucking American just, like, sitting there, like, thinking, why do Canadians hate us so much? You know. You sell things? What the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about there? Alex, are you saying that you're a small business? You're a small business? cursed small business owners. A likely story, a likely story. Says he doesn't sell things, but sells things. Says he sells things to. Doesn't sell things, rather, to Canada. Here. Yeah, you guys, if you guys were thinking that you guys were gonna get any fucking Canadian tourist money, man, do I have a bridge to sell you? You're not. But why does Canada hate us so much? What did the little old United States do to us? What did we do, to deserve that, And it's just like, we can think of a couple of things. Why does Canada hate the US? A simple treatise. I mean, those guys are all just cultists. Like, there's nothing we can do about those guys. We keep calling them losers and autistics all the fucking time, and it doesn't matter. They're just cults. It's just a cult with those guys. But it's okay, nobody fucking likes them anyways. That's true. We could call ice on them. And just be like, you know, it doesn't feel so nice now, does it, huh? Haha, nice ice. It's like all the 3 IQ conservatives that exist saying that Canada is like some communist paradise. It's not. We're really not. But then again, these are American right-wingers that accuse us of being communists, and those guys are mentally ill. They're all stupid. Incapable of basic thought. Very low IQ. Sometimes I question if they're human. In fact, it's not sometimes. Often I question if they are human. Because of how stupid they are. Yeah, we are the Democratic People's Republic of Canada. All I have to say is, President Xi, send the missiles, please. Send the missiles. End it all with America. Just declare it all Jover. Because it basically is all just Jover. Yeah, but that shit doesn't mean anything. The only, like, Mark Carney's only doing that in order to try to build some form of which all the conservatives fucking hated, basically, on purpose. Because they're all just, like, cultist weirdo dipshits. and nobody likes them. But the thing specifically with that speech is, was it a fine speech? Yeah, it's a fine speech. Like, whatever. The only reason why Carney made that speech is because he fucking has to. Not because he wants to, but because he has to. Yeah, it's basically irrelevant. He's governed very conservatively. The thing with Carney is that, like, he did the whole elbows up thing, and then he tried to initially play nice with the president. And then I guess after getting his head out of his ass, realized, yeah, you can't really play nice with this guy. There's no point. Well, Britain isn't a part of the EU anymore, so who cares about what the British have to... I mean, the British are just a non-factor. They're... Like, Reform was insurgent in the UK, and now it's completely fractioned off and splintered. More or less. No real unified front coming from there. NATO isn't, like, the only thing that can really change the dynamic for, like, EU and NATO countries is when the EU decides to establish its federal fucking goddamn army, which is based, by the way, abso-fucking-lutely, Daho, I thought you were on the left, so you hated military buildup. No. I'm not happy because of this, of incentivizations of European, like, military buildup. At this point, this is just about being spiteful to America. Because of all of the constant fuck shit that America has been doing. This is me just being negatively polarized. And saying, well, fuck the Americans. Because unironically, fuck you guys. We've been making more deals with the Chinese and the Europeans, which, thank God. Finally. No more of the pussyfooting around that Trudeau was doing. Because he was pussyfooting around with the United States. That is true. The Europeans will eventually come together with Canada to form the People's Republic of Canada. This is true, Alex. I am one fucking underground pipe. Alright. Short. Alright. Nice meme. Alright. That's extra fluorine. That filled up on the train instantly. Jesus Christ. Alright, that's all our outposts finished. I might need way more fucking stone, I think. If I want to build a good amount of foundations. Where are you? Why do we get some of the strangest characters in YouTube chat? Why would you come into someone's YouTube chat and say, I heard you farting, bro. Why would you say that? It's, Chat, what do they mean by this? Alright. Time to replace all of this bullshit with the radiative towers, which are going to be way more efficient. Which I hope I can fit. Oh. Okay, so there is going to be a slight problem with this, and we're going to be severely limited by the amount of ammonia that's going to be constantly coming in because of all of this ice that we have. The heating towers will stay in place for the power plant. Those are going nowhere. Wiki wiki. I also have to make sure all this shit fucking properly overlaps and whatnot. Hmm. 13 is a really awkward number to work with. That should be fine. You keep those heat pipe actually to warm this up. Lovely. Is that one tile off? That's very cringe. Oh, but the other tower has it covered. Lovely. I was about to say, I am rather annoyed by that being the case. I'm not gonna lie. Oh boy, foundations. Okay. Don't think I care about this. research a bunch of useless ass shit just to get it out of the way. And then the more useful stuff. Good. Do we want to do the cryogenic greenhouse growth? I don't really think so. I don't think we need that. Well, we can't just get legendary quality out of the way, I think. Hmm. Whew. Deconstruction planner that only removes heat pipe is something that I would like to have. I think we're going to need more than the 40 that I grabbed initially. That's legendary quality. I want to be able to make a destruction planner that lets me filter out particular items, not just do everything at once. The next thing. Captive biter spawners. Rocket part productivity. Planets. Planets, and then new intermediary products. Let's not unlock that planet then, if it just spams my shit with a bunch of shit. There we go. That'll make my life much, much easier now. Now that the filter works. Lovely. Lovely. Because what I can do now is I can actually change where these... actually, nah, we don't need to change that. I mean, I could, actually. But just keeping them on this side is also fine as well. It's not a big deal. That's a little annoying. Okay, get rid of that shit. Get rid of that shit. Hello, big creepy crawly. That's a big creepy crawly. Planet enshrouded in eternal darkness. Solar is useless. Night vision doesn't work either. It's infested with centipedes, strong and poisonous, but it will not bother you unless you get in their way. So they're like demolishers then? What do we mean by get in their way? Planet is powered by Luciferin powder. Luciferin powder. A compound which allows the creation of bioluminescent machinery, which does not need any power to operate. So no power so long as you make everything bioluminescent. Cargo pods may experience navigation failures trying to land on this planet. Maybe we can use the technology or research here to circumvent that. Oh, so we don't have access to our items. We start from scratch. Lovely. That planet sounds like it's going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass. Is what I'm detecting. We get this. Bioluminescent beacon. Bioluminescent beacon. Get the bioinfuser. Crafting speed of 4. 4 module slots. Reduces pollution. 2 module slots. Accepts all modules standard beacon can accept, including productivity modules. So these things can also accept prod mods. Fun. Cool. Okay. We can stop. Just take out all of this heat pipe for now. For the fluoroketone. That is fine. Towers. move one fucking goddamn tile away. That's so annoying. Okay. God fucking damn, dude. These things are so awkward because it's 13 tiles that they get to. So having like a decent overlapping network of these things is somewhat annoying. What if I just do something like this? Say fuck it. I mean, I can just always get more. It's not like solid fuel is difficult to produce on this planet. Okay, I think that works. These we will have to change. It's going to be interesting to fit the towers in for over here, but I think I'm just going to rely on heating towers for these. So, not entirely done away with all the heating towers. Not entirely. That does not quite work. Is there any way that I could squeeze this in? Well. If it isn't Zane, the main, the Bane, the lame, the same, Bane. What's up, Zane? I should ban you. I should ban you on the spot for calling me double boo. Fucking double boo. Get the double boo out of here. Try me. Warns you. I will abuse my powers. I'll do it. I will. You can't stop me. But we are doing some replacements. We have new fancy heating towers. And with our new fancy heating towers, we don't need to rely on some bullshit, aka the heating towers, anymore. Don't need to run annoying ass fucking lines all over the place of heat pipe. We just use these towers instead, which is very convenient. I'm also trying to get myself a shiny scatterbug. No mas so far. We've only done about 13 checks. And I've done about 106 overall. But no mas for now. Nice deconstruction. I'm almost out of towers, which is not ideal. These ones are probably going to keep their heat pipes. Because of how the build is oriented, so these are probably not going to see any changes, which is fine. Another good thing about these radiative towers, they also provide very nice sources of light. Don't need lamps when you have big glowing bulbs instead. And we're out of towers. The only problem with these things is that their common versions have a radius of about 13 tiles. Which is very awkward. Give me 40 more. A very, very awkward number to work with. I wonder how many checks that was. Probably like at least 25 checks. It's not bad. Pikachu, Mega Evolve. Simple enough. I don't think there's anything I can do in terms of integrating the towers with this whole rigmarole fuck-McGee setup I have over here. I don't think I can do anything with that, unfortunately. Actually, no, we could stick in the towers. Or in these slots over here. I can finagle it in there. Yeah, we can definitely finagle them in there, I think. I'll leave the science set up and the lithium to be continually powered by, or heated up rather, by heat pipes. Just we can use these sections right here. To make sure that they stay heated in between the gaps. Then we just get rid of the rest. Stick in towers here, here, here. That'll provide heating for the rockets. we stick in some rockets over here. And then we can actually start to build more stuff for Aquilo. Well, first things first is we're going to get our... we're going to build our space foundation, or just our foundations. I should let my buddy know, actually. I think that might be the first thing I want to take care of, is the Titans. These, grab the towers, Dharma towers, Dharma towers, wakey wakey. Yeah, I think if I were to have, maybe not uncommon versions of these things, maybe, probably like rare versions of these things, I would not have to have these extra ones. That might be worthwhile to do. Keep throwing a bunch of these overboard until I just get a bunch of rare ones, and then send them over to here. I have unlocked legendary quality. And perhaps it may be worthwhile. Constant consumption is higher as well. Okay. Would rares be enough? How many tiles is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5 tiles. So rares would not be enough. I would need epics. That's fucking annoying. Wow, that is very annoying. Just 5 tiles missing before they'd be able to constantly overlap. That's kind of annoying. Interesting. Interesting indeed. These things are also 1 tile fucking short. Ah! That's so annoying. Of being able to overlap, and then I'd be able to have less. That is somewhat annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Even 1 tile short here is very annoying. Well, not that it's a big deal that I have to put these here anyways. Because if I put more rockets, I'd have to put more of these things down anyways. This is fine. It's just a little unfortunate, but I don't think I'm gonna bother with gotcha gambling for these things. Although we are going to have to use these on Secretas and Froseta. We can also move these shitters around now, which are better because they are smaller and they cover more distance. That's because they're also smaller. 16 by 16. That'll have to do for now, I guess. It's not the end of the world. Just a little annoying. Oops. That's gonna be the last of this heat pipe. Goodbye, heat pipe. Hello, towers. Hello, completed quest. Well, that Giovanni was really easy. Lovely. And it's fucking dog shit. Oh well. Lovely. Alright, well, that's that special research done. Alright, it's time to make some fucking foundations. Fluoroketone, tungsten, a bunch of other shit. Wonderful. Right, now that we have our towers down, we need to fix the whole debacle with you. Now. Lovely. Alright, so the lithium we're going to bring in by belt, and everything else is by bot. Because it has to be that way. .46 per second. That's that many machines. And as always, it's very expensive in terms of stone. At least using belts now, with thanks to these towers, is way fucking easier, because I can just plop it down and not really have to think about how to fucking pipe all the stupid shit for all the stupid shit. So I'm already liking the use of these towers. Definitely already making my life easier. Lovely. Alright, it's time for all the main big unlocks then. Quantum processors, lithium batteries. The other ship that we use, we are going to have to use it to bring... to now also head to Castra to pick up nickel, because we need nickel plates to make lithium batteries. All requests satisfied, and all we need is nickel. Just go with the solid 2,000. And you will drop off the nickel. 500 staff, 500 capacity. Okay, cool. That's not you. You. Do we store nickel somewhere? Yes, we do store nickel. Lovely, but make sure it is like this. So then the rocket will be prepared pretty much immediately, each and every single time. Very, very good, fantastic. Okay. It would appear that we're having some hatching problems, some containment issues. It's fine. Oh, I'm missing the other science pack. Ah, fucking goddamn it. I was about to say, why is my shit not researching? What the fuck? Give me the lithium batteries so then I can at least make those. Okay. Sulfuric acid crystallization. I have no idea where that'll ever be useful. But okay. Supercapacitors, nickel plate, lithium. And then we have these things, the lithium vanadium batteries, which can only be crafted on space platforms. Don't think I ever will need this. The vanadium accumulator, 25 megajoules. It's 5 times better. Stack of only 5? Eh. I have better accumulators. This thing is just unnecessary. Captive biter spawners and captive copper spitter spawners. That will help us fix another problem. That's for a later time. Lithium batteries, supercapacitors, lithium plates, and nickel plates. That's not too bad. We don't have supercapacitors here yet, so supercapacitors. Maybe it might be better if I were to take the stone from Novice instead. Yeah, I think it might be better to do that. Mutagenic plants. Start with these shitters. Fix a tiny problem. Shut up, William Spinney. You're a libtard. And you're gay. Derogatory. Why does this always seem to happen where something just gets randomly fucking frozen on this infernal planet? I was about to say, why am I not researching anything? I should be getting some fucking goddamn research done. And I see that I'm not getting any research done, and then I wonder to myself, well, what the fuck is going on? then it's all of a sudden everything's fucking frozen on this inferno planet again. Why does this always keep happening? But why? It's okay, because we're going to replace all of this stuff with the radiative towers, and then it won't be a problem anymore. That's the plan. Once I've created all the products for this goddamn planet, then I leave. Like a Chad. No, I don't know what it is. That fucking planet with the setup. I guess the setup I have is just too scuffed or something. Whatever. With these things, that problem won't be an issue because making a lot of solid fuel is very, very easy. 4 batteries per second. Sure. That's fine. Lithium here. But I have to go fix that. But I'll go fix that later. I'll fix that when I'm done stream. So for now, we'll just research all the other stuff that we can get. Never mind, we can't get the railgun right now. We can get... not that, because we need the other thing. Can we get this? No. Bah! Everything is locked behind the quantum processor. Well, we can get personal batteries Mark III. Cool. Just give me the batteries. It's fine. Well, we're almost done with Aquilo. I mean, Aquilo is pretty much done. We just have to make the quantum processors. Then we can leave. Just have to go and fix the damn problem about the thing. Right, you don't do anything because we don't have galvanization science packs. Right. So how about we research something else instead? These things will all go into red chests because they are going to be shipped off world. We got lithium batteries. Cool. That's lithium batteries, and then everything else that we need is stuck behind quantum processors. you need to be turned on. I will kill you for that, Boyman Spinney. You're gonna die. You're gonna die for saying those words unironically. Now, I had to go to a frozen hellscape in order to get these lithium batteries to produce them for myself. Elon just wants to rape Bolivia. We are not the same. Nuh-uh. Yeah-huh. I can replace my personal battery Mark IIs. Hooray. Well, we are almost done with Aquilo. I wanted to be done with Aquilo today, but we're not going to be quite done with Aquilo today. Unfortunate. Because we would have stuck our quantum processors right here, and then we would have left. I could just stick also some beacons here as well, but we don't really need beacons. The production we have here is totally fine. Yeah. I think we'll stop with the factor Oreoing here for now. We're almost done. Again, we just need the quantum processors. That's it. Once we have the quantum processors, then we will be finished. That's not the correct place. Idiot. You know... No, I'm not playing Gotcha Factorio. I don't have money to play Gotcha Factorio. No. Absolutely not. I mean, we're nowhere near... I mean, we're... if we finish Aquilo and we have railguns, do we have the means to definitely make it to the Shattered Planet? Not the Shattered Planet. The, to beat the game? Yes. Because we'll have railguns. We will definitely have enough productivity and basically everything to probably beat the game. And with all of the modded shit and whatnot, we can definitely make a pretty simple, efficient system. I think. Ay, 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 ay. Man, I'm gonna have to also deal with my quote-unquote, I guess, day of judgment coming. Oh boy, time to come up with a fucking 5-year plan to figure out how am I going to fix my life. Well, pray for the stock market to crash. Pray for a reset of the economy. And then, with the economy reset, apply to all of the open jobs that are inevitably going to happen. Meanwhile, my parents are basically saying, it's like, you should go learn a trade. I'm like, yeah, man, I'm going to go to college again in order to learn, like, a fucking trade or something. It's like, is there no online courses you can take for that? Like, to become, like, an electrician or a plumber? Absolutely the fuck not. There's no shot that there's certifications for that online. No way. Yep, you do have to learn trades in person. That is how that works. And then after that, what? Once you even go to learn the trades themselves, have to become like a plumber or whatever, then you have to take an apprenticeship, I think. You take an apprenticeship for a couple of years, and then you get fully certified. Also, a lot of trades don't have jobs right now. Like auto shop, car market is dead. Yep. Who the fuck is buying? Who's buying cars? Well, that's why I guess the argument is just like, well, everyone always needs plumbers and electricians. It's like, well, I guess that's technically true. And it's like, you can start a business and all that stuff. I'm like, maybe. I'm just curious. Online plumber course. I don't even know if I want to fucking learn a trade. Like, I'm just so, like, I'm just not really that fucking interested in that. I'm like, eh. I already don't really like working with my hands all that much. I'm a neat freak. Like, one thing gets on my hand, I will go automatically find the nearest sink so I can wash my hands. I have just literally no idea what the fuck I'm going to do, dude. I really just don't know. Like, what I'm going to pull out of my ass. It's gonna be rough, man. Anywho. Ugh. Also, we've been losing jobs in this fucking goddamn country as well because of all the tariffs and economic instability that's happening right now. People have been losing jobs. Because the only reason why my parents are saying these things is because they are more afraid of AI. And here's the thing, I don't share the fucking sentiment. They're like, well, AI is probably going to take your fucking IT jobs or whatever. It's like, not really. I don't think so. Governor of your home state is in Singapore at some AI conference. His speech there was so unhinged. Ugh. I just have no idea what the fuck I'm going to do. Anyhow, I'm gonna grab some water. I'm gonna head to the bathroom, stretch legs, yada yada yada, do all that fucking good shit. I'll be right back, gamers. Missiles. The missile is kind of cringe and stupid. Like my face. Like me. The missile is stupid and cringe, just like me. Mexico, Gavin Newsom, and Mar-A-Lago. That was probably very racist. I would never expect anything less. Yeah, he was saying shit like Uttar Pradesh will make India's own Iron Dome. Oh boy. Amaranth and her husband Nick Lee got into a fight while vacationing in Peru after she demanded to use his laptop. The two accused each other of alleged infidelities, leading to Amaranth calling the police. Isn't that the same, like, Nick Lee dude who initially abused Amaranth or sometimes, or whatever? Very weird. I don't know. It's like the thing where I was gonna say abuser mentality. That's not abuser mentality. That's not correct. It's like the thing with like abusive relationships where you feel like you have to go back to being with your abuser, right? That kind of a thing. Because you're scared. If she did, he'd probably do something really violent to her. Yeah. I wonder if this is why she did her fucking right-wing pivot. That's like when it started, was the initial drama between herself and her husband, right? It always seems to be the case. Kid Rock slams journalists. What the fuck is this? God predicts God will cut down journalists for reporting accurately, charging up to $5,000 for a tour ticket. God damn. Whoa, freedom of speech, guys. What's this? Holy shit. There's Indians wheeling tractors? Okay, dude. Jesus. And tractor show in Punjab. That's crazy. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. You ever have a tractor show in Punjab? Boy Meets Smitty, who is this Ray Huang individual running for LA mayor? On the scale of 1 to the based, how based we talking here? All I know is that what she was. Oh, she's a rev. Oh, she's a pastor, eh? I guess that makes sense why there's a rev there, eh? I was about to be like, is she reverend? She's religious. Interesting. Very based, done a lot, ton of housing work. That's good, because California and housing is fucking dog shit. And it's all because of fucking NIMBYs. Mexico cartel. What do you say? President Scheinbaum and the Morena Party turned Mexico into a narco state. I don't think that's how that exactly works. Because one thing that I do know is that all these, like, fucking dumbasses, like, all the conservatives are basically saying, like, we need the United States to go in and, basically just, murder the shit out of everyone. Because what? El Mencho, who's a drug lord, got killed by the Mexican military. I mean, here's the thing also. The whole, like, strategy of cutting the head off of a dragon, it's like, okay, technically speaking, that can work in some cases. 'Cause from what I understand, El Mencho got killed with assistance of U.S. intelligence. Because all the conservatives are saying, like, okay, what we need to do is to have the U.S. somehow come in and occupy Mexico to go after the cartels. First off, that's not gonna fucking work. It's just not gonna work. Period. End of story. It didn't work in fucking Afghanistan. It didn't work in Iraq, which is not as mountainous as Afghanistan. Why would it work in fucking Mexico? Maybe be a bit easier in Mexico, considering that civil, like, infrastructure and sort of the necessary sort of, I don't know, means? No. The sort of, like, apparatuses of, like, democracy and the, like, civil sort of society is more in place within Mexico, right? That's not ridiculous or hyperbolic to say. Also, you gotta go inland for the major cities, no coastal access. That's gonna make logistics way fucking harder. And given the sort of, productive capacity that exists within the United States and the logistical prowess, are they gonna be able to pull that off successfully? Because it depends on the administration in power. Definitely not with this current administration. Yeah, they did get fucking caught by fishermen in Caracas. So, yeah, I don't, like... Nah. It seems fucking ridiculous. And I mean, given how these cartel systems, generally speaking, work, it makes a lot of sense why there'd be a lot of retaliation. Because people who, by the way, betray the cartels, they'll just hunt you down and they'll kill you. And here's the thing with the Mexican government. It's not necessarily the Mexican government's fault for as to why these cartels have such a prominence within the country. First off, war on drugs, okay? If you just decriminalize drugs, you don't have to legalize or anything, you just do some decriminalization, you cut the fucking cartels from right under their feet. It's really fucking simple, actually. But they don't do that. You invest in healthcare? Easy. You cut the cartels from right under their feet. But that's never gonna fucking happen. Ever. The fuck is this? I mean, calling Benny Johnson gay is always correct, because he is definitely gay. Because here's the thing with all the, like, dumbass fucking conservatives. All the dumbass conservatives are saying, like, we need President Trump to go in there and basically change the regime. It's like, that's not gonna do anything. Ain't gonna do shit. It's really fucking stupid. Ugh. This guy. Okay, should be fine. Gunman shot dead at Mar-A-Lago was obsessed with Epstein cover-up, eh? Oops. I can't believe that my heckin' schizo conspiracy deuterinos well, are obsessed with fucking Jeffrey Epstein. The Wild. And it's gonna be the State of the Union address tomorrow as well. That's gonna be a shit show. Mar-A-Lago shooting. I see my recommended, a Tectone video, where it's Matt Walsh talking about slavery. The video is called Addressing the Lies. Oh boy. I mean, he is watching Matt Walsh, the same dude who said, like, if you're 14 years old, you're perfect for, I don't know, breeding. Very funny. Mexico's defense secretary, 80% of the weapons seized from cartels are from the U.S. Uh-huh. Well, I don't know if it's about the, you know, this fucking campus moron saying that's a byproduct of the CIA arming cartel groups to destabilize countries. It's definitely not inaccurate to say, but no, it's because it's easily smuggled the weapons, that's why. BAFTA Film Awards. Tourette's Syndrome campaigner John Davidson issued a statement after his racial slur at BAFTA Film Awards. Oh yeah, it was a white dude who yelled the N-word hard R at the BAFTA Film Awards. Okay. You know, maybe... I think it just might be kind of bad. You know? A little bad. Dude with Tourette's saying the N-word, hard R, to a bunch of people. Not great. It's kind of bad. The USS Gerald R. Ford went back to Greece after being taken away from the Middle East. Wasn't it filled with a bunch of poop, basically, because it's been out on deployment for so long that it's had no maintenance? That's so fucking funny, dude. Imagine being out for so fucking long, out on deployment, that eventually the sewage system within your ship just fails to work. Because the schizo president was just like, I'm gonna destroy Venezuela. I'll do it. That's very good. Was him sending a hospital ship to Greenland fucking insane, dude? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he sent a hospital ship to Greenland because of Greenland saving an American service member. And then he's just like, well, look, we have this ship here. I thought you guys might need it. It's like, we don't. We have a very, very good public healthcare system here. And we just saved one of your service members from, I don't remember exactly what happened to that service member, but it's like, we saved one of your service members, put him in one of our hospitals after they had a complication with something. I don't remember exactly what, but they had a complication with something. It's like, but thanks for the ship, but we don't need your hospital ship. You can fuck off. It's like, wow, that's a bit of an embarrassment. Like, that's all right. Well, now we have conservatives doing the quote-unquote, like, whole thing of, like, you know what, there's daily homicides all the time within Mexico. Why is that? But they have such a problem with Nayib Bukele. It's just like, first off, El Salvador, in comparison to Mexico, is leagues fucking tinier in comparison to fucking Mexico. B, they also don't border the United States of America. Right? So there's that. B, they don't border the United States of America, which smuggles in fucking weapons into there all the goddamn time. Constantly. So it's like, okay. Sure, man. Also, I didn't know that the governor of California was dyslexic. Honestly, kind of based. Pepe. Boy Meets Mini, could you give me, some of the, like, I want just, like, a list of bills. Like, an article with, like, a list of bills. That Gavin Newsom has, like, vetoed and shit. Is there such a list? Could you give me, like, a link to something like that? Besides, like, Gavin Newsom opposing the wealth tax. Thank you, Boy Meets Mini. He vetoed a fucking, That's interesting. He vetoed a bill that would enable schools to avoid defunding due to drops in attendance from immigration enforcement activity. Punching schools for no reason? Very cool. And he's saying fuck the bees? Bro, what the fuck? No, yeah, he's not gonna, like... That, a fucking PHP link? Oh my god. Jesus. How old is this shit? This is more than enough. Thank you, Boy Meets Mini. Alright, I think I got everything I need. Everything's gonna be relatively simple, quick and clean. I'll fix Paracelsin, I think, off stream, so that won't be too difficult of a fix. I'm going to tear apart or tear out all the piping in Paracelsin. That's one thing we're going to do. We're going to tear out all the pipes, replace them with the zinc pipes, which are better than the insulated pipes. And then put the fucking towers everywhere. That is the plan. But I will do that off stream. Because it'll take a bit of time. It's not hard, it just takes time. It's tedious. Tedium. What's up, Big Krasenstein? Big Krass. Alright, let's mute that shit. Let's get started with this. So I guess this was, well, it was a bit of a breaking news story back during, like, when this happened, like Sunday? Saturday? No, it happened Saturday, right? That was the day I was off because of reasons. Don't need to get into that. But yeah, there was an attempt at Mar-A-Lago of a shooter going to Mar-A-Lago trying to get to the president. And we have the identification of this individual. Austin Tucker. I don't know what Martin's there. Austin Tucker? Martin Austin Tucker? Whatever. The man who was killed trying to enter Mar-a-Lago with a shotgun and a gas can, was a white Christian Trump supporter. Wasn't trans, wasn't Democrat, wasn't an immigrant, nor a minority. This is like the, third instance, I think, of someone trying to do a fucking hit on the president now, seemingly. There was Thomas Crooks, who was a registered Republican. There was the guy at the golf course, who I think was also a Republican. I think, like, a right-leaning independent. And now we got this guy, Austin. Austin? Martin? Yeah, Al-Qaeda kind of a thing. Outspoken about his Christian faith and political views, we're told he regularly expressed support for Trump, telling colleagues as recently as late last year he believed Trump was a strong leader. People close to Martin describe him as a well-meaning but increasingly frustrated, particularly about the economy. So fell for it again award, as always, for all the Trump supporters. Guys, you're telling me that the billionaire populist who was pretending to be a populist in order to get power, was a fucking liar the whole time. Often complained that young people need 2 jobs or roommates to afford moving out. Oh, well, he's correct about that one. That's unfortunately, like, he is right. And the billionaire con man, who's always a billionaire con man, who pretended to care about affordability, to bludgeon the Democrats over the head with that because they don't believe in anything, was a liar about it the whole time. Shocker, I know. And from what I understand, the thing that ultimately sent him over the edge to go after Trump was, you guessed it, the fucking Epstein files. So yeah, it turns out the Trump administration doing basically everything possible in order to try to cover up the fact that, Donald Trump definitely did some sussy shit and is in the Epstein files, and the administration's doing basically everything possible, now illegally, to cover up the fact that there are a ton of billionaire perpetrator fucking weirdos who have possibly, allegedly, raped children alongside fucking Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, that... Guys, it turns out that people are not very big fans of this, like, fucking pedophile, cabal, elitist group of individuals who seemingly keep fucking children. But here, we'll just go over a quick report about this.
Secret Service says a man in his early 20s carrying what appeared to be a shotgun and a fuel can entered a restricted area around Trump's Palm Beach, Florida home early this morning before he was shot and killed by authorities. I want to bring in CNN's Julia.
We do also know that this could have been a potential danger to the president because we do know how often he comes to Mar-A-Lago. I mean, he does, like, official fucking presidential business at Mar-A-Lago, for fuck's sake, which I feel like should be illegal. Like, why are you doing official business at Mar-A-Lago here in Florida? Like, why are you doing that, not in, like, the official seat of power of the United States of America? Well, probably because he feels like he can shirk some form of accountability and responsibility for his actions if he just does it at, like, Mar-a-Lago and shit.
She's at the White House. So, Julia, how is the president's team responding to this?
Yeah, the most important thing to note here is that President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump, they were here at the White House at the time of this incident, but they travel often to their Mar-a-Lago estate. In fact, the president has been...
Okay, so this time... the shooter was, I guess, unlucky, for lack of a better term, in trying to find Trump. I mean, it makes sense why the dude would probably go to Mar-a-Lago in order to try to see if he can find Trump to try to potentially kill him, because of the fact that he is very often at Mar-a-Lago. Like, it's kind of obvious. But, I mean, we all know why, again... this dude more than likely did it. I really do think it's only going to get worse. Like, political assassination attempts like this. I mean, with the assassination attempt that happened on Trump, where he got hit in the ear, now there's, like, conspiracy theories around that, specifically because of how quickly the dude's ear basically healed up. It's like, I don't know, like, he probably got, like, some super special, like, cartilage repair thing because he's very rich and powerful and is the president now, so he probably got that shit basically instantaneously patched up through, like, I don't know, some special stem cell shit or whatever, right? Because normally, like, he got shot in the ear. Cartilage, like, from on the ear, that shit does not grow back, right? Like, that's not how that works. So, people made a bunch of conspiracies about that specifically. Obviously, is it nonsensical? Yeah, more than likely, it's completely fucking nonsensical, but, I mean, you know, this is stuff that's going to happen way, way more often, especially with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, where because of how terrible everything is now in terms of the economy, in terms of housing prices, in terms of the job market, in terms of just broader general material conditions, which Trump is definitely not going to do anything about because he does not care about anything else besides getting power for himself. Stuff like this is only going to be way more fucking common. There's going to be more instances of political hits and assassination attempts that are going to be carried out on various politicians more and more and more as people grapple with the fact and become significantly more desperate about the fact that they just are completely fucking cooked and they have no options in terms of, well, being able to build a life for themselves, be able to have like a good job with good wages and stuff like that. Like, I hope that, broadly speak, like, you know, I'm mostly going to look at this through like a material lens specifically, but stuff like this is only going to become way, way, way more common, especially with like the revelation that came out after all this reporting that the dude was also like very outspoken about the Epstein files as well. The dude probably got pushed over the edge. Not only was the economy and the affordability issues like a factor, but now the Epstein file cover-up stuff, that's a compounding factor. We know this also affected Trump's approval rating with a lot of his supporters. Broadly speaking, they were very upset about the fact that he was covering up or attempting to cover up for the Epstein files. It makes perfect sense that something like this was eventually going to happen.
Been there almost every weekend in recent weeks. During a press briefing that took place earlier today, the Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw, standing with representatives from the FBI and Secret Service, he detailed what they know now. He said that a man around 1:30 in the morning made it into the perimeter at Mar-A-Lago, and that a deputy and 2 Secret Service agents on the detail went to investigate. Take a listen.
They confronted a white male that was carrying a gas can and a shotgun.
Got the sheriff.
To drop those 2 pieces of equipment that he had with him, at which time he put down the gas can, raised the shotgun to a shooting position. At that point in time, the deputy and the 2 Secret Service agents fired their weapons and neutralized the threat. He is deceased at the scene.
No, so they just got him, right? Like, bro had the gun, bro had a gas can. I assume, I don't know, he probably wanted to try to burn Mar-A-Lago down with a single gas can. I mean, good luck with that. Isn't Mar-A-Lago, like, a really big, like, estate? It's a big resort. I don't think one gas can's gonna really do much of anything, but listen, the dude's like outspoken, probable evangelical, and was like probably like a fucking conspiratorial freak when it came to like the Epstein files. Okay, like whatever, like just to, I don't know, just try to think about like the sort of, I don't know, like thought process that someone like this had is futile. It's completely futile. There's no point in doing this. But yeah, like. And, like, I don't know, man. I really do think that a lot of stuff like this is only going to get worse and worse as everything continues to deteriorate, especially, like, not only, like, in the United States of America, but, like, imagine in, like, more sort of destabilized, economically, like, disadvantaged. Yeah, let's go with economically disadvantaged places. This is only going to be something that's like way, way more common, right? We all know of like every single like African president who has like mercenary bodyguards going around with them everywhere because like, given how unstable a lot of those countries are, not necessarily because of their own particular faults or whatever, a lot of it because of Western intervention and imperialism, colonialism within the area, blah, 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 by a bunch of not only Western countries, but also by the Chinese and the Russians and a bunch of other differing factors as well. It makes it such that, like, people are going to be way more fucking desperate because they just feel like, what can they do? I have, like, there is nothing one can do. How am I, like, I'm quote-unquote doing everything right along the path, working hard at multiple jobs, but I still need roommates to be able to move out, to be able to live, just to be able to barely pay my fucking goddamn bills. Like, I've been saying this consistently, but this is not fucking sustainable, and there will be something eventually that just pushes everything over the edge. And, I mean, it's probably going to end up incredibly fucking violent, because everyone's pretty much primed and so desperate to try to have, like, anything, like any fucking reprieve from the fact that they are just getting consistently exploited by a bunch of dipshit billionaires and CEOs at the top, who are all a bunch of pedophiles associated with Jeffrey Epstein. So, like, you know, we all know the Epstein class, like, unironically, they all had associations with him. This is only going to just deteriorate and just become way, way worse. Like, just like a simple fact, like, I don't really, like, unless there is something that is significant, and I mean, like, New Deal to Electric Boogaloo, it's going to continue to unravel, and everything's just going to get worse as billionaires continue to just exploit the resources of the United States of America for, well, as long as they can get away with. I mean, eventually it's going to collapse in on itself, and then everything's just going to go up in complete fucking smoke.
Authorities have said that this man was in his early 20s and from North Carolina. He was reported missing recently by a family member. Now, the sheriff did say that his deputies are always wearing body cameras, and so he could...
So that was him more than likely going over to Florida. North Carolina, that's like not that far from Florida, right? It's just like crossing a couple states. It's probably not that long of a drive.
See some of that footage in the future there, but the FBI is the lead agency on this. They will be responsible for handling any questions going forward, and we did hear from FBI Director Kash Patel a little while ago. He posted on social media, he said, quote, "The FBI is dedicating all necessary resources in the investigation of this morning's incident at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago, where an armed individual was shot and killed after unlawfully entering the perimeter. We will continue working closely with Secret Service as well as state and federal partners, and will provide updates as we are able."
Okay, just to like shit on Kash Patel real quick. Kash Patel was like recently like in Italy, quote unquote, doing actual business, quote unquote, but was in reality just like hanging out with the victorious like United States hockey team, with the Olympics team, and basically like misogyny posting alongside with the president, talking about like, I don't know, how the women's team is worse or something, even though like the women's team in terms of international competition has been dominating Canada, for example, in terms of like victories and like gold medals in different fucking competitions. Way better than the record of the U.S. team, but you know, whatever, who cares? Like, listen, we do a little bit of ironic misogyny, folks. Let me tell you, the women, they're just not as good as the men. Let me tell you, folks.
They're currently processing the scene.
And oh yeah, he did this all in like taxpayer dollars and shit like this. And this was like literally like not even that long after this like attempted assassination attempt on the fucking president. He was, I don't know, yucking about with with the fucking U.S. men's hockey team in Italy, dude. He's such a fucking clown, dude.
Analyzing any evidence, they've also asked people in the area that if they have any doorbell camera footage that does seem suspicious, could be related to this, that they should contact authorities.
All right. Thank you, Julia. Still a lot of questions at this point. I'm going to bring in CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller. You've been talking to your sources here. What does this investigation look like at this point?
Well, what they're trying to do, Omar, is to backtrack through the last 24 hours or more since this individual was reported missing. He's a 22-year-old man from the area of Cameron, North Carolina, and it appears he drove there to Mar-a-Lago. One of the things that was found in the vehicle, his Volkswagen SUV, was the box for the shotgun. So investigators believe that he left his North Carolina home, stopped along the way perhaps and purchased that shotgun and the gasoline, and then drove to Mar-a-Lago. One of the questions is, how did he get into that perimeter? It appears that as an employee was leaving and opened the gate to walk out, he caught the gate and walked in. He made it about 20 to 30 yards before he was confronted in that perimeter by 2 Secret Service agents and a deputy Palm Beach County sheriff. And as the sheriff said, according to their report, and the deputy does have body camera, as he was...
Well, we all know that also this guy, you know, revelations that came out further for like further motivation, more than likely was this guy was obsessed with the Epstein files, right? And we currently do know that the Trump administration and the DOJ are basically doing everything possible to cover up for the Epstein files illegally now at this point because of the Epstein Transparency Act. You can't be covering that stuff up. And only about half of the files have been released. There's still about 2 million plus files that need to be released. And Trump said in a press conference at the Oval Office while like signing a bunch of executive orders, and you know the type of vibe and shit like that, that it's time for the DOJ to basically move on and do literally anything else besides talk about the Epstein files. He said that. He is essentially saying, like, okay, we're done with the Epstein files. We don't need to think about Epstein anymore. Let's not think about Jeffrey Epstein anymore because, like, I don't know why, but everyone just keeps thinking about Jeffrey Epstein. I really don't understand why people are doing that. It's like, I wonder why everyone's going to be mentioning Jeffrey Epstein consistently, considering the fact that your dumbass appears in the files 1 million plus fucking goddamn times. It doesn't really surprise me whatsoever that you would want people to move on from the fucking Epstein files.
Ordered to put down the shotgun in the gas can. He put down the gas can, raised the shotgun into a firing position, and all 3, both agents and the deputy, fired, killing him.
Do we know if the shotgun was
They got him.
obviously pointing the weapon at law enforcement? It prompts the reaction that they had here. But just on the back end of this, do we know if that shotgun was actually loaded?
You know, it's a good question, Omar, because as you point out, there's no way that those law enforcement officers would have known by seeing the shotgun whether it was loaded when it was pointed at them. But the question goes directly to what was his intent of going into that perimeter? Did he know that President Trump wasn't there and was at the White House? Was his specific intent suicide by cop, which we've seen in enough?
I don't think I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that he probably didn't know, right? He, like, let's be quite honest here. More than likely, the guy has like an idea in his head, like, well, Donald Trump often is at Mar-a-Lago, so there's a pretty good chance that he's there. So I'm gonna drive there and probably try to kill the guy, right? See if I can find him, go invade Mar-a-Lago, like trespass, and with the intention of potentially killing Donald Trump, which, I mean, there's Secret Service going to be all over the place there. Like, good luck with that, dude. Like, that's not gonna fucking happen, man. Like, what are you doing? Like, don't do that. Like, I understand. You are pissed, justifiably so pissed about the fact that the economy is getting significantly worse. You understand also that, well, Donald Trump is definitely covering up for the Epstein files. Like, that's not a hyperbole. That's not ridiculous. He's definitely fucking covering up for that shit. So, I don't know, man. It's all the same thing that I've been just mentioning over and over and over again. As material conditions get worse and worse and worse and worse, it basically is just going to stem from people doing way more fucking extreme actions, way more ridiculous actions. There's going to be more highly public, like, assassination attempts that are going to be done on the heads of state or other fucking politicians, because everyone is, like, basically doomer pilled. Let's be honest here, and basically feels like what the fuck is the point of, like, doing anything right, quote unquote, in terms of the American dream? We all know that a lot of people are becoming way more nihilistic, and young people feel like the American dream just doesn't exist anymore, and that no matter what they do, that it doesn't matter. Like, who cares? And I can't really blame them for thinking like that, because yeah, like, who cares? Unironically, like, it doesn't matter if you try to work as hard as you can and try to do everything possible to, I don't know, be able to have, like, some form of, like, sustainable life outside of, well, maybe not outside, but basically, like, be able to build life for yourself. Because, let's be quite honest here, no one is going to be able to do that anymore, considering the fact that the Epstein class has basically done everything possible to funnel up more wealth and power for themselves, and Donald Trump is basically helping facilitate that for them. You know, fell for to get an award for all the Trump supporters, of course, as always, and now he's just helping cover up for their sexual improprieties with fucking children. Yeah, people are gonna be fucking pissed. Like, I think there was, like, recent like, approval ratings that were just released by Harry Emden, where around the start of his presidency, you know, the February 2025, with Hispanics, he had about 41% approval rating. It's fallen to 22%. With under 45s, 45% approval rating has dropped to 27% approval rating. And I think with independents, 41% approval rating dropped to 22%. Those are disastrous fucking numbers. The American people are, broadly speaking, extremely pissed with the fact that everyone in Congress seemingly just does not really give much of a flying fuck about the people, and are just doing everything possible to, I don't know, cement their position in the hierarchy when the Epstein class inevitably tries to do away with these sort of vestiges of democracy and implement the Palantir security state apparatus, where they have all the money and all the power for themselves, and enforce that through a bunch of AI drones and rape more children in order to try to harvest their adrenochrome or some shit. Like, I don't like, who the hell knows, honestly, in order to, like, try to live for forever. That's the fucking problem here. Like, and I've said this concept before, like, when people are going to start to go hungry, when there is no more bread on the table, they're going to start to look around for where to get more bread. And they're going to start looking at the people who have way more fucking bread than everyone else. And that's the fucking billionaires.
Number of these incidences where people cause the police because of their own depression, mental health issues, whatever it is, to take their lives. Whether or not that shotgun is loaded will give us a better indicator of that when we find that information out from the FBI. But right now, I don't know the answer to that, but it's a good question.
Yeah, a lot of questions still in this early stages of the investigation. John Miller, appreciate.
All right. Well, I mean, I think we have a pretty decent idea for us to what motivated the guy, right? Like, I mean, everything else is going to be tertiary. I mean, like, mainstream media is just going to say what they say in order to get, like, whatever ratings in order to make money because, you know, privatized institutions, yada, yada, yada. But yeah, like I mentioned before, the Epstein class, it's currently in power. Trump covering up for the fucking Epstein files. That's probably, like, if I were to make a bet, that's probably the camel that broke, the straw that broke the camel's back, rather. And sent the guy over the edge to want to go ahead and be like, you know what, fuck this, I'm going to try to murder the fucking president now. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Because a lot of Trump supporters were really upset about the fact that he was just like, oh, wait, you were the guy who's, like, supposed to be the dude taking down the deep state pedophiles. But it turns out you're one of the deep state pedophiles. Fell for it again award, of course. We all know that Jeffrey Epstein had a big part to play in the orchestration of the culture war in order to distract people from the fact that, oh, it was actually all for the express purpose of, like, billionaires to be able to just, well, steal more and more of the resources of the country for themselves and fuck over the people. Wild success there, I guess, there for Jeffrey Epstein. Very, very cool. And Donald Trump was supposed to be the main guy in order to stop all of that. But in reality, like, that was never going to fucking happen. He was just going to do everything to help his buddies and help himself. Like, that's it. Like, in terms of, like, the amount of money that he's made from the presidency, I think in terms of, like, the historical standard, his presidency has been the most profitable for him ever. Like, he's made, like, $3 billion or something like that from being the president of the United States of America. And we all know why. He does, like, scams all the time, crypto rug pulls and all this fucking bullshit, because he's a scam artist. He's always been a fucking con man. That is Donald Trump in a fucking nutshell. Just a fucking con man. But, like, I don't know, like, what else is there to really fucking say, to be quite honest? Like, stuff like this is only going to become more common and more prominent with the fact that, oh, people's material conditions are getting significantly worse, so they feel like they have to take actions in their own hands in order to try to change that. And it's going to lead to a lot of violence and probably innocent people, more than likely, getting fucking killed. Because, duh, of course it's what's going to happen. People, if they don't have any more bread or are not able to have, like, some form of a existence for themselves, they're going to, like, start looking around and see what they can take from others in order to be able to survive. That's just how it is. Like, period, end of story. And this is exactly what the Epstein class has always wanted, right? As many distractions as possible in order to basically, like, distract people from the fact that they are accumulating more and more power and wealth for themselves. And it's only going to deteriorate and get significantly worse and allow for the unraveling of the social fabric. It's as AOC herself said, people with that much power and fucking wealth is a national fucking security concern because of all the things I have been mentioning over and over and over again. But this is only the beginning. It's only going to get worse. And the assassination of Charlie Kirk and the multiple attempts on Donald Trump has opened the door to this. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. I legitimately am struggling with food. Yeah, like, food even up here, Zane. I've mentioned it before, but food up here is so expensive. Like, fast food can legitimately be $25. It's ridiculous. Oh, 1,000. Like, what? Like, a McDouble used to be like $1.60, right? Back during the early 2000s, like $1.60, right? 760 calories, solid meal for the price point in terms of like caloric intake, right? Unhealthy for you for other reasons, but that's not the point, right? Like, what's like a McDouble now? Probably like $3.50, if not more, for a McDouble. Let me double check, actually, I'm curious. This is the example, for example, that I think like Destiny used, and it's a very solid fucking example. At McDonald's, McDouble generally costs between $3.60 to $5.30. $5.30. That's fucking crazy. Consumer class food being only for rich people now. Like, unironically, like, they just want rich people to die, dude. Like, that's what they want. Because, like, for the price point, like, a McDouble was pretty decent. Like, I'm looking at right now, prices for, like, a McDouble in Canada. It's, like, $4.50, $4.60. That's a lot. That's not even a meal or anything. Like, back during the early aughts, if you got, like, a meal, so that'd be a drink and fries, it'd be about that. And now it's not that. It's fucking nuts, man. We're just being fucking priced out. Like, if you get, like, a meal now at, like, McDonald's, right? It's, like... Well, okay, this would be in Canadian, right? It'd be, like, $10, $12. I don't even want to get into, like, how expensive chicken nuggets are. Chicken nuggets are so expensive up here in fucking Canada. Like, it's insane how expensive they are. Like, a 10-piece meal is, like, almost $20. 10-piece meal of chicken nuggets? $20. That's insane. And back during back during the early aughts, the same meal would probably be about 15. That's like a 30% increase, 33% increase. It's nuts. Nuts. You got a fish fillet meal for $13. $13. Also filet o fish. Ew. What the heck? Who are you, fucking Donald Trump? Imagine getting a filet o fish meal. SMH my head. Ah. You're a pescatarian. I understand. That makes sense. I had no idea. We learned some lore today. It's Zane lore. Pescatarian. But yeah, dude, I mean, it's only getting worse and worse and worse. Part of Hinduism that never left me. Nah. Deport the orcs from the Shire. Elon Musk responds to Asmongold saying, either that or the hobbits will get raped to death. Very cool. It's rough, dude. I mean, the shawarma platter that I get, for example, that's like 2 days worth of meal for about $20. Of course, with like all the associated fees that you get from like fucking all the dumbass apps and shit like that. It's obviously more expensive than that, but if I were to just like show up to the place and get the shawarma platter that I normally get, it'd be about like $16 for about 2 days worth of meals. But then again, you know, something. Something, everything's dog shit, corporate, blah, 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 way more expensive. My go-to has been microwave burritos. Well, besides the fact that I'm like really really close to my parents, so my grandparents basically make food for me all the time because East European grandparents, that's how it is. The only stuff that I eat for like lunch slash breakfast when I wake up is I just get some veggies and some dip. That's it. Typically hummus. Get some night like at the local market that I go to. That's like pretty close by where I live. There's some local hummus, right? And I just grab some veggies. I used to always grab like bell peppers, like a thing of bell peppers, like just a thing of 6 for bell pep of like a bag of 6 bell peppers. It's like $8.50. That is insane. It used to be about $3.50. It's now all the way up to like not $3.50, more like $4.50, $5.50. It's $8.50 now. $8.50. Produce in Canada has gone absolutely fucking insane. Now, it's part of it is because of the winter. That's part of the reasoning. But the biggest reasoning is because of all the trade relation problems that we're having with the US. It's where we get most of our fucking produce from, is from the US. Mexico as well, but that's more for tropical stuff. But thank you, America, and Donald Trump making everything so inherently unstable that, grocery prices are going out of fucking control. There's so many, like, pieces in the news on CBC talking about just how people are just desperate for fucking groceries, to pay less on fucking groceries. So much so that they're starting to go to, like, these grocery stores that have, like, quote-unquote, like, used food, or, like, food that's gone beyond its expiration date. Not used food, that's incorrect. But food that would get dropped off at those locations that are past its expiration date, right? That are basically, like, sold for a lower price point. Because you just go to a normal fucking grocery store, everything is incredibly fucking expensive. It's just like, what the fuck, man? I'm just trying to get some fucking food so I can put it on the table, and it's like, because the thing that I normally get, it's enough for 3 days. 3 days, easy, no problem. Although now I'm going to start doing some alternatives and stuff like that, because I have to cut things out because it's just too expensive, and I don't have a job. The money is going to be pretty, like, dwindling away. Been about 1.5 years since I've had a job, so it's just like I have to make cuts. I just have to. Like, I mean, I always have the fallback option of just moving back with my parents' house, but I don't want to do that. But it just fucking sucks, man. Ugh, it's just awful, and it just pisses me off. Anywho. And my breakfast is usually a plate full of air. I've also cut out meals as well. I don't have breakfast, I just have lunch and then a dinner, that's it. And I do not eat very much. But I'm a bit of a sugar addict. So, it's just bad. It's so bad. Anywho. Let's get fucking started with this bullshit. Mexico. Big things going on in fucking Mexico. The Mexican army killed El Mencho, the leader of the New Generation cartel, in a military operation. And, well, as a result, the drug cartel is now doing retaliatory strikes on Puerto Vallarta, sure, whatever. And, okay, let's be quite honest here. Cartels, obviously, really fucking bad. Why do the cartels, generally speaking, exist? Oh, because of the United States' policy on fucking drugs. If there is no market that is profitable to sell drugs to the United States, right, because of war on drugs policies, a black market existing, which means there is a market that exists for drugs to be sold in the United States of America because people want drugs. It's almost as if, whoa, the United States is really bad at learning at any of the fucking lessons in the past that have always fucking existed. Shocker, I know. It didn't work with Prohibition. Why did you think it would work with the war on drugs? Stupid, ridiculous. But if we want to, like, stop violence like this from having to be necessary, basically, you know what you have to do? You just cut out the fucking cartels from being able to make a profit, right? You cut them out from being able to sell drugs in their main consuming market, that being the United States. Something's tickling my throat. Then what is going to happen? It should be fairly fucking obvious. They're not going to be able to make money. They go out of business, and guess what? Well, they will basically lose all of their fucking power. The United States obviously does not do that, right? Like, there are instances, of course, like various drug cartels being used by the CIA in order to do all that, blah 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 blah, in order to like destabilize. This has happened historically in order to destabilize Latin American countries to make them more palatable to U.S. interests. Like, for example, here, the only way they got to El Mencho was through U.S. sort of satellite data. Because Donald Trump has been basically saber-rattling against Mexican cartels, saying that he wants to do an invasion of Mexico. And obviously, Claudia Sheinbaum was like, no, fuck off. You are not going to invade Mexico in order to get to the drug cartels. And even if that were to fucking happen, it would not be successful as the Trump administration thinks it would. Like, think about it. It would be the exact same thing as, like, Afghanistan. You're going to be invading, the local population is going to be hostile towards you. You're going to have to be forced to occupy the place for a while in order to take apart the sort of infrastructure that the cartels have, so then they can't rise up again. You're going to have to arrest a bunch of people, I don't know, destroy a bunch of families, I guess. It's going to make people bitter, and they're just going to start doing the exact same shit again, because the underlying problem is the fact there is a market to sell drugs in the United States that is profitable. That's the main issue. But again, does the United States actually care about engaging in systemic critique? No. Now, obviously, we can talk about Mexico's whole sort of side in all of this, right? Because people are saying that Claudia Sheinbaum is working with the cartels. Like, what evidence is there for that? Like, if she was working with the cartels, then why would she assassinate the head of a fucking cartel in a military operation? Stupid. It's ridiculous. No, the reason why it's as out of control as it is because, A, the cartels have a highly profitable market they can sell to, and also B, they keep getting weapons from the United States of America and are very easily able to occupy a lot of smaller towns, and sometimes even in some instances even bigger towns, and will also just occupy them so to use them for their drug operations. And since they are very well armed and very well entrenched in those fucking areas, in rather hostile lands for any sort of like military deployment or sort of like siege conditions to be maintained, especially for Mexico, which does not have as many resources as the United States of America, obviously they're going to be able to have a foothold and be able to sell a bunch of fucking goddamn drugs. Not to mention just how violent the cartels are. They basically, it's like solidarity amongst thieves. Like, if you betray the cartel, they're gonna find you and they're gonna fucking kill you. But yeah, like you're saying, Boy Meets Mini, very often, the fucking United States enables all these guys because Ronald Reagan, man, crack epidemic, that was all him. But here, just go into some fucking reporting about El Mencho himself. Why don't we take a look?
Hello, welcome. I'm Nomia Iqbal. In Mexico, the army has confirmed the death of one of the country's most feared drug lords, known as El Mencho, caught and killed in a dawn raid. He was killed in an operation in the town of Telpapa. The US had previously issued a $15 million reward for the capture of the co-founder and leader of the Jalisco New Generation drugs cartel. Is feared for its use of extreme violence. Violence broke out in the country as a result of his killing. Suspected members of the cartel began burning...
Yep, they began burning cars in a town Puerto Vallarta, of course, which is a tourist town. A bunch of tourists were basically, everyone in the town was basically said to, hey, stay indoors because there's cartel members just running around everywhere, just burning shit, right? And all the conservatives were basically having a field day saying like, Trump should just go in and fucking occupy the country. And then he did such a great job in going after El Mencho when all the U.S. basically did was probably provide satellite information about his location to the Mexicans. I mean, the Mexicans were the ones who ended up doing all the work, like, duh. And they're basically trying to blame Claudia Sheinbaum for working with the cartels and enabling it for everything to get worse. If anything, like, it's mostly Trump and the United States, not just Trump, but it's mostly the United States enabling the cartels to be able to exist. Like I said before, if you just have like a investment in healthcare and a broader drug decriminalization policy, what's going to happen? Oh, the cartels are not going to have a market to sell towards, and they're just going to collapse in on themselves because they'll have nowhere to fucking sell. Where's their main revenue stream going to come from? Nowhere. Like, it's so obvious and it's so fucking easy, but these guys, like, Republicans, like, are never going to do any of that because in reality, they just mostly see this as like an avenue for control. That's it.
Dozens of cars and trucks in the state and a neighbouring state as the army moved in, possibly to try to delay the operation. Our Latin American correspondent Will Grant joins us now from Mexico. Good to have you with us, Will. First of all, for people who might not know anything about El Mencho, who was he?
He was crucial, Nami. I mean, we often talk in Mexico about kingpins and drug lords and so on. This was one of the very, very biggest. In this particular moment in time, the most wanted man in Mexico, by some distance, I would say. The feared leader of the Jalisco New Generation cartel, which is a vast criminal organization which traffics tons and tons of methamphetamine, cocaine, and fentanyl into the United States, responsible for scores of murders a year.
Okay, I'm gonna be quite honest here, right? Like, it's good that they got the guy, right? Like, I'm not gonna say that it was a bad thing that they got the guy, but... That's quite a name. Cunt, twat, wank. Thanks for the follow, bud. I appreciate that. That is a very, very, very British name. That's true. Well, hold on, Boy Meets Mini. The word cunt is there, so therefore they could be Australian. Think about it. That's an Australianism. But yeah, right, just like, okay, because the whole sort of, policy here is basically, if we cut the head off the snake, therefore, it's going to inherently all collapse in on itself. That's never how that works, by the way. Like, that is silly, it is nonsensical, right? Because, given the fact that we know that this is a vast, and I mean a vast criminal fucking organization, there's more than likely going to be another guy lined up, ready to just take place of El Mencho, right? Like, why wouldn't there be, right? From what I understand, there was already another guy that's been put in fucking place. So, basically nothing fucking changed. And nothing happened at all. Oh. Very, very fucking cool. Wow. Nothing ever happens, bros. Stays winning. Who would have thought? When we all know what would basically fix the situation? What would fix the fucking actual problem? That is a broader decriminalization of drugs, stopping the fucking war on drugs. Yes, I too am also joining on the side of drugs on the war for the war on drugs. Very, very cool. And also investing in fucking healthcare. But the US is not interested in any of that shit because again, they just hate poor people. Like honestly, it's Occam's razor very often when you like just assess these sort of like situations that it's just way easier to just be like, oh, they're just doing this because they fucking hate poor people, and poor people are more likely to die from fucking drug overdose deaths, right? And we all know about the crack epidemic that was happening in the black community during Reagan as well. That's also another fucking contributing factor to all of this. Racism as well.
And, one of those who really underpins the criminal underworld in its nation. Of course, it's a major victory on some level for the authorities here, for the military who killed him in a raid, injured him initially, and then he died en route to Mexico City. But, of course, we're seeing the unfolding violence that goes with that as his organization is extremely powerful and very, very well armed.
Now, National Guard have been deployed outside the Attorney's office after that killing. Just showing some live pictures there in Mexico City of the National Guard outside.
By the way, you want to know who has all those fucking goddamn weapons, aka the cartels? You know where they get them from? They use the revenues that they get from selling drugs to being able to easily acquire fucking weapons. Because due to the laissez-faire nature of guns within the United States of America, it makes it such that it's really easy for them to purchase firearms, to purchase ammunition. Like, you can go to fucking Walmart and do it. They already have a lucrative business in order to just, well, make a bunch of money, go into like a fucking Walmart of all places and start buying a bunch of guns and smuggle them back over the border to arm a bunch of their, well, gang members. It's almost as if, guys, there may be a sort of common factor here that's helping to enable all this, and there's a really, really easy way to just stop all this immediately, but unfortunately that seems like a little too highfalutin, unfortunately, for the United States to basically engage in all of that. So I don't know, they'd rather do like an occupation of Mexico instead or some shit. Like, whatever.
The office. And Will, just give us a sense of what happens when leaders are taken out, this sort of kingpin strategy. You know, does it work? Is it something that, you know, what happens as a result of it?
It can have an impact. I mean, somebody like El Mencho, these organizations can be quite top-heavy in the sense that an individual leader can be an important, more than just a cog in a bigger machine. They are leaders for that very reason. They lead troops, they lead men, and they bring strategy to the table. That said, where one leader falls, another is invariably ready to take his place or her place. There are important women in drug trafficking too, but it is key that...
Well, no, here's the thing also as well. If it is as top-heavy as is being said here, just cutting the snake off of the head, if there is no one else in a respected position to be able to take leadership positions, it's going to open a power vacuum and only going to cause further instability with all of these non-state actors having a bunch of fucking guns. They may start fucking fighting each other, and it may just cause complete fucking chaos in the country. Like, that's why, like, just not that it's bad to go after El Mencho and to just take him out or whatever. The problem is that there's going to be broader ramifications for doing something like this. Now, am I like 100% aware of how this fucking cartel works? No, right? I can only make assumptions, right? If it was just all based around El Mencho, which is entirely possible, it's going to cause a power vacuum, and there's going to be a bunch of skirmishes and fights or whatever. If it's a little bit more decentralized in terms of its power structure, right, where, yeah, El Mencho, he is the fucking head guy. He's the drug lord. He's the dude. But there's already people put in place ready to take up local leadership positions, and there's someone ready to step in case he does get killed. Then overall, similar to that of when the president kidnapped Nicolas Maduro, basically not really much will change.
When one falls, there's generally people beneath him to replace him. We'll see what happens in this particular instance. It is interesting, this degree of violence and how quickly it's unfolded, and a real challenge for law enforcement in cities across Mexico. And let's just mention some of those cities. They include Guadalajara, the state capital, important cultural center in Mexico. They include, and going to be a host city of the FIFA World Cup this summer. They include Puerto Vallarta, a very, very important tourist hotspot in the country where potentially thousands of tourists...
Well, I mean, that's where exactly the cartel started to do a retaliation of Puerto Vallarta.
Currently hold up. So, you know, this is a major moment in sort of drug war history in Mexico.
And Will, I think we're still trying to work out, you might actually know more than I do, if the US were involved in any capacity in this operation, but nonetheless, I imagine that this will be seen as a victory by President Trump, the death of someone as significant as El Mencho.
Yeah, I mean, what we're hearing from the Mexican embassy in the United States is that there was US involvement in terms of intelligence work and giving it that sort of slight sense of a joint operation in that regard. But my understanding is that what unfolded on the...
I mean, the right-wingers are already claiming victory for this, and when in reality, we all know that's just kind of, like, nonsensical and ridiculous for a bunch of reasons. It's like, that's not how that works. Just because you shared some intelligence doesn't mean you contributed at all to the sort of, well, military operation. But then again, they also complained about the fact that Claudia Sheinbaum herself also said that they didn't want the United States of America to contribute as well to the to the sort of like military operation or the whatever. And it should be fairly obvious why. Claudia Sheinbaum probably doesn't want a bunch of U.S. troops in her fucking goddamn country. Given the fact that there's been a lot of tensions, diplomatically speaking, as well as all the tariffs that Trump just keeps trying to slap on Mexico, Canada as well, and the rest of the globe, it seems, through his, like, I don't know, own, like, schizophrenic fucking delusions, because he's a delusional old man who's about to probably die, because he's old. It makes it such that she may be rather apprehensive about wanting to accept U.S. military help, because it's just like, yeah, given your violent rhetoric and all the, like, nonsense that you say, I'm not particularly trustworthy, or I don't necessarily want a lot of U.S. boots on the ground in my country. I'd prefer not to have any of that, actually, because of the fact that I have no idea how you might behave or what orders you might give with those guys. Like, I have no idea if you're just gonna randomly fucking depose me for no reason. So, personally, I don't want to take the risk.
Was a Mexican military raid that led to the death of El Mencho, but with intelligence supports from the United States. We'll doubtless hear more during the week, particularly once President Claudia Sheinbaum has her early morning press briefing on Monday. But you're right, this will be played as a victory, I think, on both sides of the border, with Donald Trump pushing, since he returned to office, for greater action to take place against Mexican cartels.
Thank you so much, Will. Good to talk to you. That's Will Grant there, our Latin America correspondent.
It's gonna be like all optics at this point. Like, obviously Trump's gonna brag and just be like, we did a great job. We did so good, let me tell you folks. Taking out El Mencho. I did that. That was all me. I did a great job. Congratulations to Claudia Sheinbaum for her great work in terms of taking out El Mencho, who's very violent, very bad.
Chris Dolby is a policy analyst, journalist, and author of a book about the Jalisco New Generation Cartel. It's called CNJG, Quick Guide to Mexico's Deadliest Cartel, and he told us more about the leader of the organization.
El Mencho was, without any competition, Mexico's deadliest and most influential drug trafficker. He is on the level of El Chapo or Pablo Escobar for his role in the international drug trade. He's also the founder of the CJNG, which for the last 15 years he ruled with an almost cult of personality level of leadership. And his death leaves an enormous vacuum, which I fear will be filled with even more drug violence across Mexico.
Well, this is the fear, isn't it, that if you take out the...
Whoa, nothing ever happens, bros. We stay winning. Bros, nothing happened.
Leader, it just triggers more violence and fragmentation. Do you think that is likely to happen now? I mean, what is the benefit of taking someone out like that?
Without a doubt, El Mencho was responsible directly and indirectly for the violent death of thousands of people, and he needed to be brought to justice. However, the kingpin strategy, as you rightfully say, has a major flaw. When you remove the top dog, his lieutenants are going to fight more aggressively against each other to slice up the criminal empire. And the CJNG...
Hey, that's what I said. I said that. Now, of course, it ultimately depends on how power was delineated throughout CGNG, I believe it's called, for the acronym of the cartel, right? Like, if it was more decentralized and there's already, like, figureheads ready to take place, then not really much is going to change. But if that wasn't the case, and it's as top-heavy as is predicted here, I guess, what's inevitably going to happen is that there's going to be a bunch of squabbles between subset parts of the cartel and, like, territorial disputes and fucking wars. And potentially could just make everything descend into chaos for literally no reason.
Had one hell of a criminal empire, from drugs to illegal mining to oil theft to migrant smuggling to extortion. There's a lot for people to fight over. And El Mencho, as I said, had this sort of iron grip over the CJNG for 15 years. There was no talk of a successor. There was no talk of someone picked to be his heir. There are 4, 5, 6 different leaders, each with significant ground across Mexico, each with a lot of troops under their command, and I'm not aware of any one of them having the ability to take over where El Mencho left.
So this might be potentially the worst case scenario here, where it could just be a bunch of parts of the cartel just fighting with one another and just the sheer fucking chaos then.
We're just seeing some pictures now of the aftermath of the operation. As I mentioned, suspected members of the cartel burnt dozens of cars and trucks in Jalisco and the neighboring state as the army was moving in. Just bringing you back into this, Chris, in terms of, you know, the US isn't... They weren't involved in the operation, as my understanding is, but nonetheless, his killing it could be seen as some sort of prize to President Trump. We know there's been months of pressure over fentanyl and designating drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Would you characterize that?
Again, the only reason why Trump does that specifically is because if something is designated as a foreign terrorist organization by the United States of America, they can essentially use that that designation as a way to justify anything, like, legally speaking, right? In terms of bomb, like, we all know with the Venezuelan fishing boats that were getting bombed in illegal waters, right? He would all allege that they were, again, all of them were fucking drug smugglers, despite the fact that he never presented any evidence for that being the case, and that's already illegal under international law to sort of just bomb first and ask questions later, even if they are, for example, illegal drug runners or whatever. What you're supposed to do is you board the ship, you seize the crew and the cargo, and you check to see if there are drugs on there. You seize the boat. That's what you fucking do. You don't bomb first and then ask questions later. That's why everyone was just like, so man, that's kind of illegal, not only under U.S. law, but also international law, which the U.S. helped write. So that's cool. That's great.
As a win for the U.S.?
It's certainly going to be played that way by Donald Trump and his administration. El Mencho was a highly recognizable drug leader. He's been named as a terrorist. He was one of the most wanted men by the Department of Justice with a bounty of $50 million on his head. So removing him is going to be played by the US as, look at what Mexico does when we force him to play ball with us. And the narco blockades that you described, that's fairly standard. When a leader of this magnitude is killed or captured, you do see a lot of violence in the area around his capture. What worries me is what happens a week, a month, a year down the line when the fallout of all this happens. From what we've seen from the US and Mexican discussions recently, that hasn't really factored in. It really has been all about the PR value of capturing or killing these very well-known kingpins.
Yeah, and that doesn't surprise me whatsoever, given Donald Trump, right? He wants to, because he knows he's basically fucked politically, and probably for the midterms, so he wants to basically try to get any win possible under his belt to make himself look more palatable, because he knows that his poll numbers are flailing. They are going down, given how ridiculously unpopular a lot of his policies and positions have been in the administration. So he's trying to do basically anything possible to try to recover that position. Is it going to be successful? I personally don't really fucking think so, given the fact that he has just basically done literally everything possible to piss off the American people. What has killed multiple American citizens with ICE, has basically broken every fucking law under the sort of, belt of the United States of America, has made the affordability crisis within America worse. The housing market is worse. The economy is worse. Everything that he campaigned on was obviously a lie and was made significantly fucking worse because of his, policies. It's really, really fucking bad, dude.
Chris Dolby there. Just to let you know, the U.S. Department of State has issued a shelter-in-place warning for U.S. citizens in various states in Mexico, specifically Jalisco. The former U.S. ambassador to Mexico and the Deputy Secretary of State, Christopher Lando, has described El Mencho on social media as one of the bloodiest and most ruthless drug kings.
Very bloody. So bad.
He added that his death was a great development for Mexico, the U.S., Latin America, and the world, and we'll keep you...
Yeah, but it's probably not going to accomplish anything. Well, we'll see what exactly happens in terms of the consequences. But here, just real quick, some follow-ups here from the press conference after the killing of El Mencho. So the Defense Secretary of Mexico saying that about 80% of the weapons seized from cartels are from the U.S., right? This is, again, fairly recent. We all know why they smuggle the drugs into the U.S., they sell the drugs in the U.S., and then they use that money in order to purchase a bunch of higher quality made, U.S. fucking weapons instead of, whatever they can find on, black markets within Mexico, right? We know this. We know why these cartels are as well armed as they are. There's documentaries on, Vice, for example, of, cartel members having, 50 caliber sniper rifles, a Barrett 50 calibers. And it's just now, where did that guy get that Barrett 50 cal? I'm just curious, I wonder why. And, listen, just quick fucking goddamn meme, because, again, this is this thing that the right is basically going to claim all the time, right? They're just going to be there's so many fucking assassinations and murders always happening within Mexico all the time because of all the killings consistently, but with Nayib Bukele, who lowered homicides to 0%, and he made his country so safe, it's inherently sort of like really bad, and all these like dishonest fucking dipshits are just going to be like, if there's a Bukele that sort of happens in Mexico, that would be so much better. This is stupid for very many reasons. El Salvador, in terms of size and like terrain and being able to have like centralized authority and control, is way different, right? Much smaller country. Mexico is huge. Also, in terms of like civil society, not really there in terms of El Salvador, right? They are a very poor country. They are a third world country as well in terms of civil development. Nowhere near in terms of the same level as, well, Mexico, which is significantly better developed and is also way fucking goddamn richer. To have a Bukele in Mexico is not going to automatically result in homicides being immediately lowered to 0. Stupid. To say that, quote unquote, there needs to be a Bukele in Mexico to fix all the problems is fucking stupid. It's almost ironic watching Washington quietly position Sheinbaum's Security Secretary Omar Garcia Harfuch as Mexico's next Bukele. Harfuch is the son of Javier Garcia Panagua, former PRI president and head of Federal Security Directorate, the agency that led anti-communist torture campaigns during Mexico's dirty war in the 1970s. Now, Sheinbaum folds to the demands of Rubio and Trump. Marxist and nationalist figures are being purged from the party, while Harfuch, Washington's guys, strengthen his hold within Moreno's ranks. He's already polling more than 15 points ahead of potential rivals like Eberhard or Noriega. The strike against El Mencho, less a spontaneous victory and more a calculated move, one that boosts Harfuch's credentials as the law and order candidate for 2030 with Washington's quiet approval. Keep this in mind when you see leftists celebrating him this week. The 4T has long been dead. It's only lose-lose from here on. Well, that's interesting to see. So I guess this guy's going to, position himself as quote-unquote the law and order candidate, the dude who's going to take down all the fucking homicides and take down all the cartels. When, again, we've explicitly mentioned the sort of like differences between Nayib Bukele and also Claudia Sheinbaum. It's not as simple as forehead, just put in a Bukele and everything gets fixed automatically. If a Bukele was put in place into Mexico, conditions would only get significantly worse and make it such that, yeah, sure, there's like law and order established, but no social mobility. It's eventually going to collapse in on itself. There's going to be like a temporary reprieve, I suppose, from like the cartels, but then, no economic opportunities are going to be present within the country. Because again, like, what economic opportunities are present within El Salvador, right? Eventually, all those fucking criminals, after like Nayib Bukele decides to, fade away into some form of irrelevance, because the economy's not getting much better and the people are going to get eventually fucking pissed with all the authoritarian crackdowns and measures that happen, right? He's having his, like, sort of honeymoon period here for the time being, but it's eventually going to deteriorate, right? And everyone's just going to be like, brother, we hate this fucking goddamn bullshit. Stupid. Yeah, that's a good point there, Boy and Smitty. Bukele sold his country out to Bitcoin. That's true, right? Like, it's already been crashing, right? It's inherently fucking unstable, and it's only going to get worse and worse and worse with, like, cryptocurrencies. We all know this. It's crashed multiple times already, like, not even that fucking long ago. Didn't Trump also undercut Bitcoin relatively recently? Because I know a bunch of crypto bros were really bad about that specifically. So, yeah, just to say forehead Bukele, and when the El Salvadoran economy inevitably crashes, goes into hyperinflation, when Bitcoin collapses, it's just going to make it such that, everyone's just going to be pissed, and there's going to be some, like, revolution that's going to fucking depose Bukele, and some guy's going to fucking replace him. Like, duh, obviously. So, yeah, to say, like, put in a Bukele instead of having Claudia Sheinbaum there is incredibly fucking stupid, right? Very, very dumb, but I expect no less from a dude who's a right-wing Gen Zer. Okay, very, very cool. But yeah, like, what else is there to really say? Obviously, not a bad thing that El Mencho got killed. Is it going to do anything? Probably not, right? El Mencho, obviously, bad fucking dude. Killing him, probably not going to fucking accomplish much of anything. There's probably either going to be chaos in the sort of territory that his cartel basically controlled, and it's only going to cause way more fucking violence, or basically the status quo is not going to change whatsoever. But the only reason why Trump is doing this is just because he's going to use it as a PR win, politically speaking, to try to, I don't know, shore up his flailing polling numbers with, well, Hispanic Americans. That's literally the only reason. But yeah, don't think there's really much else to say besides this killing of El Mencho is probably going to accomplish absolutely nothing. But I mean, Smitty, it's your favorite guy. I really do believe that if you look up politician in the dictionary, it's always going to have a image, a picture of specifically Gavin Newsom. Like, he is honestly, like, unironically, bred to be the perfect politician. Sleazy, doesn't believe in anything, always fucking lies about literally fucking anything. It's just, you know, shouldn't be really fucking surprising whatsoever. Anyway. Guys, did you know that Gavin Newsom also has, I don't know, like mental issues, I guess, for lack of a better term. Like, we all do. Soy, he's like me for real, for real. Whoa, crazy. So, Gavin Newsom, I believe, is doing a book tour in a bunch of red states where he's, I don't know, like, promoting his book in a bunch of red states. I don't know why he's promoting his book in a bunch of red states. Whatever. But he was, I guess, with a bunch of black Americans in... Was this in South or North Carolina? I think it was in one of the Carolinas, I think. And he had this, like, line where him having a 960 SAT makes him like black Americans. Now, is Sean Hannity more than likely lying here? Yeah, probably, right? He's probably misconstruing this because every, like, Fox News dipshit boomer and pundit has, like, a particular, like, strange conniption with Gavin Newsom, right? When in reality, there's actual fucking criticism, and we'll get into the actual problems and criticisms of fucking Gavin Newsom relatively fucking soon, right? Like, him talking about his struggle with dyslexia, and then him mentioning his low, I don't even know if that's a low SAT score. I think we also took the SAT up here in Canada, but that's because you have to take the SAT in order to be able to apply to American universities. Like, that's, like, literally the only reason. And, like, some other test or something. So we all had to take the SAT. I don't even remember how I did on the SAT. Whatever. I don't really care. Highest SAT score is 1600. How the fuck is that shit even calculated, by the way? But whatever. Like, oh, Gavin Newsom didn't have a very high SAT score because something American education is fucking dog shit. And he's speaking to a bunch of black Americans for, I guess, having a lifelong struggle with dyslexia. I'm gonna take a look.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you. You know, I'm a 960 SAT guy. and I'm not trying to offend anyone, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I...
So I'm gonna be quite honest, like, optically speaking, yeah, it looks pretty fucking bad. He's just like, it's like, how do you do, fellow mental illness people, like people with mental illnesses? How do you do, mentally ill people, right? Like, that kind of a shit. It's just like, yeah, obviously that's not really, like, a great fucking look. I see what he's trying to do there, but yeah, it doesn't really look good. It really does not look fucking good. Yeah, Gavin Newsom is definitely on his measurehead arc, okay? He definitely, listen, he has not consumed that much alcohol, so he is not a part of the sandwich race. he is a part of the Semolis, the far superior race, which I am a part of, or some shit. Measurehead all aside, of course. Yeah, optically speaking, this just kind of, this makes him look really bad. He's trying to, like, empathize and seem really personable and relatable to constituencies that he's going to need to win the presidential fucking primary for becoming the nominee, the Democratic nominee of the presidency. That being Black Americans. Duh, fairly fucking obvious. Because in reality, like, Gavin Newsom is not a fucking idiot. He's a smart dude. He knows what he's doing here. He's trying to come off rather, like, personable and very hashtag relatable and, I don't know, in, like, a very optically, like, strange way. And, that's the only thing that conservatives are ever going to jump on him for, because they're never going to criticize any policies, because their policies are significantly worse than any of that of any fucking liberal.
I cannot read a speech. Maybe the wrong business to be in.
You're not afraid to go into red states?
No.
When I saw you slinging shots behind the coffee bar, I thought this guy might run for president.
No idea. The idea that a guy who got 960 on his SAT that still struggles to read scripts, that was always in the back of the classroom, the idea that you even throw that out is in and of itself extraordinary. Who the hell knows? I'm looking forward to who presents themselves in 2028 and who meets that moment. And that's the question for the American people.
Is it fair to say, after the 2026 midterms, you're going to give it serious thought?
Yeah, I'd be lying otherwise. I'd just be lying, and I can't do that.
Governor, you have long said that if you ever run for the White House...
I don't know, Gavin, you do tend to lie about a lot of stuff all the time. And also, like, lie with a bunch of fucking conservatives on your podcast, buddy.
You need a compelling why, a reason. Are you moving closer to figuring out your own why and your own decision?
Yeah, I need to say the compelling why you're going to do anything how. And so I think the biggest challenge for anyone who runs for any office is people see right through you if you don't have that why. You're doing it for the wrong reasons. And so, look, well, that fate will determine that.
You certainly seem to like being on the ground in South Carolina, I have to say that.
Well, South Carolina. Okay, that's where he's at right now. Well, why don't we get into that why for us to, well, let's be honest here, why people perceive Gavin Newsom as being a complete fucking liar, which I do believe he's a fucking complete liar. If Gavin Newsom, unironically, is the nominee for 2028, it's over. I think it's over. Like, the Republic is going to be dead. Like, the United States is a dead fucking country, because it'll just be like more ineffective fucking neoliberal governance. Would Gavin Newsom win against a hypothetical like JD Vance? Maybe. JD Vance is just extremely, extremely fucking unlikable. Like, because he's trying to be like a little Groyper freak weirdo, and even Groypers fucking hate him for unironically having an Indian wife. So that's obviously not going to pan out very well there for JD Vance, but whatever, I digress. The reason why people should not be voting for Gavin Newsom is because of shit like this. Bernie Sanders and Gavin Newsom clash over proposed tax on California's billionaires. So Ro Khanna has been pushing for a bill, a proposal that has been made within California's state legislature and has the backing and endorsement of Ro Khanna. Obviously, Bernie Sanders and AOC, a bunch of other people are endorsing this bill that is going to levy a hefty tax on billionaires within California. California, lots of fucking billionaires. Very, very rich state for a lot of obvious fucking reasons. And he's been campaigning in Los Angeles for the fucking tax proposal. This would raise so much fucking money for the state budget of fucking California that, well, Gavin Newsom coming out against this, when, broadly speaking, everybody, and I mean everybody, has been clamoring broadly speaking, around the nation of the United States of America to tax the shit out of fucking billionaires. So it makes a lot of sense, rather, why people might be kind of not too hot on Gavin Newsom. Looking at you, Hutch, and all the blue MAGA fucking weirdos who are bending the knee inherently to fucking goddamn Gavin Newsom for literally no reason. This might be one of the bigger reasons for as to why people might not be too hot on Gavin Newsom. Not to even mention all of the, I don't know, sort of podcast appearances that he had with, like, Ben Shapiro not pushing back on abolishing ICE, which is a, broadly speaking, popular position amongst the Democratic constituency, a 70+% position. So yeah, and you're not pushing back against fucking Ben Shapiro for that one, you're dead on fucking arrival, buddy. Like, it's not going anywhere. You don't want to tax billionaires, and you also are against the abolition of ICE. Yeah, you're DOA. And also, more than likely, this dude, pro-Israel. Now, again, last time we saw him talk about AIPAC, for example, he said that, oh, I have no idea what AIPAC is. It's like, stop the cap, bro. You know what fucking AIPAC is. Nah. Don't give me this, like, fucking McGee rigmarole bullshit. You know exactly what fucking AIPAC is. You just don't want to acknowledge what AIPAC is because, again, you know that in reality, you would definitely take fucking AIPAC money because you are definitely on the fucking right, or more of a quote-unquote moderate, centrist fucking Democrat, when in reality he just is a fucking conservative, and he very often governs like a conservative. Now, is there good stuff that inevitably sort of passed under Gavin Newsom? Yeah, sure. In terms of like social issues, right? California, I believe, is a trans sanctuary state. That's a fine policy. That's good. Fantastic. Great. Very, very cool. Problem is that doesn't really have any impact in terms of corporations. If anything, that could also be a beneficiary to a lot of the corporate interests that work within California because a new demographic that we can advertise towards that also probably has money as well. Yay, us. Very, very cool in California. But there's a reason why. If it's any sort of like economics proposal, Gavin Newsom is generally speaking going to veto that shit. Here, some examples of stuff that Gavin Newsom has vetoed in terms of regulations that would regulate corporations. Forever chemicals and microplastics. The governor rejected a bill that would have banned the sale of cleaning products, dental floss, cookware, and other items that contain PFAS, aka the forever chemicals, which have been studied to be toxic. Immigration raids in schools, citing substantial cost pressures. Again, if it costs a bunch of goddamn money to do something to, say, for example, protect children from ICE officers trying to go in there, which they have been doing in California, they've been trying to gain access to children in school districts to detain them or use them as bait to get to people. But he's saying like, we're going to veto a bill that would enable schools to avoid defunding due to drops in attendance from immigration enforcement activity. Because guess what? A bunch of kids have not been going to school because they're afraid of getting caught by La Migra. And also, this man says he does not like the bees? What the fuck, man? Newsom shot down a bill that would have established a health program for struggling managed honeybees, arguing that the issue would have been considered in the state's annual budget process instead. So it turns out whenever it comes to affecting any of the profits of the corporations, Gavin Newsom tends to take a very, very big problem and umbrage with those particular issues. But here, wow, 100 bills that this motherfucker has vetoed within California. And we all know why he's been vetoing a bunch of bills. Again, California, supermajority Democrat state. They can basically just do whatever the fuck they want, right? Supermajority in the state legislature and in both of the House and the fucking Senate of the state, right? They could do whatever they want. He just vetoes a bunch of shit. Because again, it turns out, costs money. No free condoms for California high schoolers. Sorry, costs money. With our state facing continued economic risks and revenue uncertainty, it is important to remain disciplined when considering bills with significant fiscal implications. Yeah, for free fucking condoms. Sure. A ban on caste discrimination is redundant. Well, look at this. Got to make sure that those Brahmins can make more money within California as well, because it's very, very important that we have that Brahminite money. This is the first state bill cast oppressed people, organized and built amazing power and awareness on this issue, the group wrote in a statement. Newsom said existing anti-discrimination laws made the bill redundant. Yeah, sure, dude. Yeah, totally. No cannabis cafes. Pot smokers won't be able to buy coffee and other foods from California's cannabis lounges after Newsom vetoed a proposed cannabis cafe law, which would have allowed pot lounges to sell food and coffee as well as hosted ticketed events. I wonder what's the reasoning for this. Concerned this bill would undermine California's long-standing smoke-free workplace protections. What, do you think a bunch of people are going to start smoking weed on the, grounds of fucking corporations or something? Of course. Capped insulin prices were fucking rejected. Very, very interesting. Now, from what I understand, I think he's going to do this through, like, because he's mentioned it before in interviews, I think with Adam Mockler specifically, where all of a sudden he remembered what fucking APAC was. He's like, yeah, we've actually have been capping insulin fucking prices. Now, Boy Meets Mini, I don't know if you know 100% any of the details on that in particular, but given the fact that he basically has rejected a fucking capped insulin price stuff, like, why not just also implement fucking price caps to fucking insulin? What, you're also concerned about the price, the sort of like, what? The sort of like, profits of like big fucking pharma, despite the fact that everybody fucking hates big pharma, like really despises big pharma. You're still concerned about that, so you want to basically not allow for any capping of insulin prices. Okay, very, very cool. Social housing, still just a pipe dream. Let me guess, he vetoed that because, again, too expensive to implement. It seems like Gavin Newsom, whenever there's a lot of very, very good legislation that would help the working class, who does he always keep in mind in particular? Oh, the rich and the corporations. Over and over and over again. Provide hearing aids for kids fails. Up to $3,000 per individual hearing aid. Let me guess. Pattern of what did Gavin Newsom said? Vetoed again because the costs incurred by the new law might set a troubling precedent. Can we just, like, are we broadly just seeing, like, a fucking pattern here? Again, he keeps talking about, like, oh, you know, there's going to be budget problems. That we don't have the budget for this. Oh, we can't fucking set the precedent for this. Like, why not? Why can't you? You're California. Isn't California, like, the fourth richest economy on the planet? It has a stronger economy than most fucking goddamn countries. Yeah, it's richer than fucking India. Like, and that's one of the most, I think, the most populous country on the fucking planet. Now, unfortunately, it would involve, I don't know, like, raising taxes on corporations and the rich, so, we can't be fucking doing any of that. Of course not. This is the main problem that people have with fucking Gavin Newsom specifically. The fact that he is wholeheartedly uninterested in raising fucking taxes on the corporations and the fucking rich because he is bought by them. That is literally why. That is why, generally speaking, people do not fucking like Gavin Newsom, right? It's nothing to do with all this, like, I don't know, like dyslexia, like mental disability fucking shit that he, I don't know, is trying to use to seem more palatable to the American people. Like, how do you do, fellow mentally ill people? I am mentally ill like you as well, right? The biggest problem with people like Gavin Newsom is that very often he will veto highly beneficial fucking legislation that would benefit who? The working class, right? And that is why people do not like Gavin Newsom and would believe that the reasoning for as to why he's vetoing bills like this is because, and he's been vetoing them for the latter part of about 5 fucking years, is because he has been preparing for a presidential run and he wants to make himself look not too fucking left. When broadly speaking, all these positions are highly fucking popular amongst the American people. And he also clashed with Bernie Sanders over the proposed wealth tax on California's fucking billionaires. Because, I don't know, he's, I guess, like, afraid that they would just, like, leave California for whatever reason. Stupid, it's fucking nonsensical. This is why I keep saying, this guy is pretty much the textbook definition of a politician. He will do basically anything possible to try to appeal to people, but not do anything at all in terms of addressing systemic issues going on within the United States of America, and that is the concentration of wealth and power in the hands of fewer and fewer. Which is why I am saying that if he does win the unironically the primary within the Democrats, or within the Democratic primary, it is going to be a complete fucking disaster. I would unironically say, like, even if you live in a fucking swing state, do not vote for him, because he's not going to address any of the fundamental fucking problems that plague the United States of America, and that is the amount of wealth and power that is concentrated to the fucking Epstein class. That is the issue. This motherfucker is not going to do anything about it, but they're going to like people like Gavin Newsom because he's going to be seen as a more effective steward for the Palantir-esque fucking takeover of the United States of America, while the billionaires continue to run out the back with the fucking goddamn money. And that is why you should oppose people like Gavin Newsom every step of the way, because of all of these highly beneficial working class bills that would benefit people of the working class. Because again, Gavin Newsom only cares about one thing and one thing only, and that is the further consolidation of fucking corporate power. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Personally, I'm not a big fan of Gavin Newsom. I think he's kind of cringe. Boy Meets Minnie, your governor? Kind of dog shit. Not sorry. So is your premier? Yeah, but everyone knows he's fucking cringe because he's a conservative dipshit, and unfortunately our fucking province is completely fucking cooked for a lot of fucking goddamn stupid ass reasons. Anywho. Why don't we raid out to Riverboat Jack? That's not how you spell that name. Alright, dorks. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer out the Daho Reba if you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho Reba. So I would show appreciation to those who are into case gamers. I will be back tomorrow. And we'll be doing more of the fucking same bullshit. Yeah, we're gonna be doing more of the same bullshit. Finishing Aquilo, and then the world will become our oyster. With Aquilo done, there's gonna be so much we can do. So much that we can do. Any case, gamers. I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.